Okay, we are back. So last time we were here, I had the most insanity mind blowing moment in this game that honestly threw me for the biggest loop of my life of playing this game, low key. Just because of the fact that what happened happened. And I was talking to my friends Ryu and Vix about this because they were, I mean, they're in the chat. They can't hear for whatever. But I was talking to them about the moments that happened, and they brought up a bunch of points that were interesting. There's still one that is resonating in my brain that I'm like, I still don't understand what they were talking about, and honestly, it's gonna haunt me for like at least an hour. But I'm hoping that they kind of explain it. But long story short, it wasn't even like a spoiler. Like, there's a thing that's gonna happen. No. Let me rephrase it. They told me that something that's gonna happen in this expansion has already been revealed 2 expansions ago, and I was like, I have no idea what they were talking about, and I think I spent an hour and a half from that moment to now trying to figure it out. I still have no idea, absolutely no idea. But I can't dwell on it because honestly, I'm just gonna continue to sit there with the biggest like what in the world face. So we're just gonna go inside here and we're just gonna find out what happens because I literally have no idea. Yeah. No, impeccable timing as always. I had heard you were often the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Okay. Kind of interesting that they're like... Oh, lordy. Oh, this is the 88 quest. Okay. Though you and Crab both have news to share, hers is perhaps the more urgent. So, have you learned more of the final days? Oh, have we? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of the blasphemies, but it is still losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Ammonius is one of the worst affected. Sessiion and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataro and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortune as the people of Razet Han. Following the discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept his forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage to the heinous refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alize, Estini, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Oh, Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuna. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link show went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Adele. Please, you must help them. The final thing is happening at Garlemald? Okay. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken-Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Okay. That's crazy. So Final Days is spread over to 2 cities overall. Understood. Will I be playing Pacific tomorrow? I'm not going to play it tomorrow. I'd love to try and crack it this weekend, though. But I have no interest in playing it tomorrow. Unfortunately, I didn't even finish Season Pass. I was going to try and do it yesterday, but then the game went under for maintenance before I had a chance. So I was just like, nah. I got to like 70-something. So I don't... Holy... Okay. Oh, there's an instance right here. Oh... Do not get me wrong, though. I absolutely will play Warzone Pacific, and I will absolutely want to play the game and see what it looks like differentiated-wise, but like right now, at least, I have zero interest in it, because this game literally came out, it hasn't even been a week. I have a list of things to do, let alone. So, we'll see what happens, but I right now, I have zero interest in any other game in the world, except for this one. And I probably won't for another, like, several months. Yeah, so we'll find out. Adele, not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events at the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacis that the Forum's airship has landed. Wait. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacis. The Forum's airship has landed. Okay. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Upon departing for Magna Glacis, several cuts will play in place. Okay. You'll be required to participate in battle. Okay. Okay. Earlier on the Magna Glacis, okay. I'm gonna lower my volume in case it gets crazy.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Okay, Sessiion, I see you, boy. Oh.
I can handle this plan. You
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
as you wish, my little lord. Commander Beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Okay.
Help is at hand.
No, don't transform now in the middle of this.
Those who can stand, come with me.
You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Oh my gosh, I'm not used to this. Okay. Damn. Okay.
Someone, please!
Oh my goodness.
Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Let's go.
Wait, that's
That Julius?
Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
Let's go.
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Ooh. I know who that was.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Ah, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
It's motherfucking time. Okay.
Find cover.
On guard.
Let's go. That was damage. I did not see the guy on the horse situation. I believe you though.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly!
Okay.
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Let's go.
Oh,
We call it the Rudo.
I can look after myself here.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Okay.
I have a feeling I'd fight you.
What's up, Sessiion? Let's go, boy. Oh my gosh, this feels amazing. Okay. Okay. Let's go.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sessiion is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. Is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sessiion, please.
would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems there's a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Ulysses, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
This is the contingent space operations. To see Xeno standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I don't even remember what they said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Good to see you too. I'm almost inclined to check him up. Xenos' JP actually sounds so much more menacing. Honestly, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna take the time. Ooh! I'm pretty sure I'm gonna replay this with a different character in the Japanese voiceover just to get the feel of the difference. And then I'm pretty sure in the future I'd like to try and do it again from literally start to finish. But that's for the future. We'll see.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Wait, what?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Oh my... Okay.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
I was... Okay.
Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Bruh, I was expecting so much worse. And also, Ryu mentioned, but I wasn't expecting this at all. Anyways.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to Because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
So because they were up there not doing anything, they figured that they can come down here to help us to see if we need anything. Okay.
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they... thy distant collaborators, indeed?
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sessiion, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart. For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Oh my gosh. But like, why? Alright. I dare say Master Fortuno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians, as he will soon discover they have much and more to offer the Forum. I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may yet have time to discuss our recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Cute yet dangerous indeed. And honestly, not the people I was expecting to see during the impending doom of Garlemald's the final days at hand. They clearly have like the most realistic opportunities in priority, and you know, I'm not opposed, but also like, what? My goodness, that was the most left field moment I think I can honestly say. I 100% would have not seen that coming at all. But lo and behold, you know, here we are. Why? Again, it's honestly unclear, but we're just gonna let it be what it is. Yeah. But also, like, what? I don't know. I think I start playing 14 against right next year. Hey, let's go. I like the sound of that. You know, I honestly, okay. I personally, if the opportunity comes that I can live in Sharlayan with that music, I think I'd be set for life. I kid you not. I really do. That music is amazing. More time off plays games. True. Absolutely. Listen, I honestly don't think that there's any reason why you wouldn't want to play this game. This game is the most phenomenal experience ever. Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, you can't really tell me the answer, but like, I'm pretty sure like the end game area where we'll be at is gonna be in Thavnair, which is kind of like, which is like fine, but I would have loved for Old Sharlayan to be the place to be for end game raiding stuff. So, but I mean, I am not one for complaints. I just wanted to like personally acknowledge that that is the case scenario here. So yeah. Also, give me 1 second. I kind of got slacky, and I realized that my mobile game ends tonight, and I completely disregarded that. So here we are. We didn't think it would be because Yoshi P said that Sharlayan will be the Crystarium. Oh man. Okay. It makes sense. Well, I mean, in hindsight though, I do spend more time in the Crystarium than I do in Yulmore, like low-key. So I'll probably seek refuge in this area nonetheless, but I would have loved for them to switch that like low-key. I don't dislike Thavnair. I just love Sharlayan by design and by locale. Everything about Sharlayan is actual perfection. That is all. So yeah, but like I said, you know, tis nothing that we don't already have in mind for the sake of, you know, the world, the game, and etc. But yeah, like I said, I would have okay. Like I said, give me just like a couple of seconds, because I feel kind of bad that I didn't actually take the time to play this game all day today, because it's important to me when my mobile game ends. But at the same time, though, I have given this game zero attention since 14 came out, which makes sense. But I mean, I'm not gonna be sitting here for like a long time. I'm probably gonna try and do things in the middle of the game for the sake of like contenting this. So we'll find out. But Not that I'm complaining, Oriange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I inadvertently awakened in the Labyrinthos a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cryle tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Well, what it means is that Dynamis is a thing, and unfortunately, we're going to be surrounded by it like crazy because literally anywhere that there isn't ether, there is Dynamis, and guess what? That's what's causing all the nonsense to happen. Then this Dynamis is what drives the final days. And if it and Akashar are one and the same, this all but proves Nadana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion. To channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is to replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the Dynamis of the great expanse. Meteion, or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, the enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magic are not entirely understood. Sorry, I said misunderstood. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possessed the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. I don't see why not. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? Even though I know. Big facts. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided us clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteion. Naturally, our chosen method would depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her rest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Montoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Wait. Oh. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo Plus allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Montoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Form has found some other method of retrieving instructions from Hydaelyn. Interesting. So it's not from... That's not what I expected. Okay. If so, it would be most likely to be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, but closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, but we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required on the rostrum where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Master Montoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the ethereal sea. Huh. Okay. Of course, as a custodian of the Anti-Tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past, the events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in the future I unmade, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th umbral calamity averted. In this timeline, at least, too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon the Theos now. After sending Graha and Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus and London for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't have believed the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith in the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end is up for question. This is true. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The rush reminds me a bit too much of supremely scary. I literally couldn't see that word for a minute. Sorry. Supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Hydaelyn using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with him, Daniel, and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Damn. Okay. Well, that was much of a quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Megan-Garkis didn't go unnoticed. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there was only one way to find out. Toda Rostra. At first I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives. But it's like we discussed with the great work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant, they fight. Either way, it's our right to choose. 'Twas Hydaelyn's commandment in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loporits were to deliver the people of Theris from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteion, we would do well to heed their counsel. Alright, let's go find out what's happening with the Forum with the Rostra. Personally, I have no idea what to expect, but I would say that I'm under the impression that something crazy is going to be revealed. Something. What that thing is, literally no idea. But as far as I'm concerned, it's going to be crazy. That's my only hypothetical consumption right now. Whatever happens will be crazy. Sold on just that single idea alone. Honestly, I want to take 2 seconds just to listen to the song again. Just the beginning part. Perfect. The Forum is in session. Haha! And as such, the Rostra is closed to visitors. We have been told that we seek counsel with the Forum to discuss further plans for this. Sign of the dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition that you leave your armament at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Right. So, no weapons. Oh my gosh, we're here. Yeah.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far. Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radz-at-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose Sessiion has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sessiion citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on two conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
Wait, what?
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have ask for a final plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Whew, that was quite the discussion. Sorry about not with the rest of you in my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Afterburner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at the least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. We got that Sid power. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Afterburner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. Sure. So, the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? That random laugh. Let's see. Whoops. Oh, true. You're right. I was gonna manually go there. I freaking teleport. This works too. And finally, we'll get to go underground and see what's even down here to begin with. Which I'm already, very curious about. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum and its wisdom has granted you access to the Archaeon's lifts. Step inside and have a Feline take you to the medial circuits. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes, please. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon, there it goes. Alpha, on the other side of Mariogonix. Okay. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. I almost wonder what... We have a journey. Alright. And we're off. Is there anything southwest? No, I don't actually think I can even go there yet. Okay. Okay. Here they all are. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Whoops. Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds were made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Labyrinthos in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such a process with a new light. The Subterranean Guardians of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forts that contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations. Sorry, the habitations built for all mankind, beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. Okay. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that allow us to settle on the distant stars. Though the Labyrinthos have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. Okay. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of an ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to such restrictions, and we will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of your trust. Of their trust and your trust. There we go. Then let us proceed. I almost wonder what is down here in the Ark, what it is. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Okay. Hey, let's go. We're at the bottom now. Okay. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here, overseeing the work of Kokodanko, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Not gonna lie, can we check and see if it was northwest? I'll tell you what, we're not gonna stray too much in that direction. Let's just go straight. But again, I apologize in advance, I'm trying to figure out, phone stuff. Hopefully I can get this done ASAP. What the? Center Dara, hello? Alright. Big mech. Okay. I didn't even get to even see who that was because it was covered by the okay.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Down there, lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean,
Masterful show, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Etherburner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
That's reassuring.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. It probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hey.
Hast thou consulted with the Labyrinths?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the Etherburner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. I According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut? Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... Well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
The nail on darkness.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option.
There was a hint? Shh.
Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavenward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Offord that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Why a source like that with the ether burner? And 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I'm not gonna lie, this is the only Lala in the entire world, character-wise, who I've liked ever. I love this guy, he's my favorite.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? This plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer.
Let's go, Sessiion.
I'll be an old Sharlayan before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
I don't know, actually. My dude definitely wanted to crack a smile and just chose not to. It's times like these we are reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we were expecting rather a lot of visitors in the future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know, and for you to find out. And then on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Carl, why the secrecy? How far are we? Meanwhile, in Ul'dah... Oh! Dude, it's been quiet over there since that, you know, slight reveal.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Let's go, Lise.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbours a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
The goat. The true goat.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... A dragon's roar!
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Labyrinthos himself, reached out to me for assistance procuring these treasures of the Divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Koji.
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Yo, what? This is the best song ever! Alright. No job too small. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha, you already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, if I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and the matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha, if only Master Corporal knew how right he was. While he and Graha established a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this is not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we can and will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you are mind to lend a hand, I know where you are to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ha! That lot need all the help they can get. Well, then off we go. It really is, though. This is the most, like, this moment is amazing. I truly feel like we are about to assemble everything that we need to get ready for just like the most finale of epic finales ever. And even still to this day, it begs the question of like, what are they gonna do after this expansion's over, and go beyond this? You know what I mean? It's not even like a what. It's more like a when and a how. Because it's only gonna be just blown out of the most insane proportions, and I kid you not, I'm already ready for how this ending is about to go down. I think I'm honestly more scared though, because it's just gonna warrant a lot of questions. Like, it really is. So, well, I mean, we'll see, but you know, no judging until we get there. Because it's the only way that we'll know for sure. Okay, this honestly gives me enough time to just quickly do a thing on my phone. Because I am sort of still in the process of doing like last minute things, which is kind of annoying. But, because I want to give this game the full attention that it deserves. Give me 2 minutes, just like literally 2 minutes. I'm gonna try and speedrun this as ASAP as possible. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I did say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar like Montakai mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let us meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Well, joke's on you. I'm probably about to go there first. Oh man, I guess you can kind of peruse around the people to talk to. Helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Cockles managed to squeeze out of the Etherburner, it's still not enough apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If we'd only begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Okay, let's go get that ether real quick. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner? Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out, it's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forums get enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets aboard the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Foshina and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? That's a good question. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the document by myself. It's mostly a list of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then, whichever side we choose as our new home, my duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants, while I would much prefer something small and fluffy like that of a beheaded rabbit that ran by. Oh. Okay. Speaking of rabbit, we got our very own living way at its finest. Fancy meeting you here, Dale. Our friends in the forum brought us to see the teeny tiny toy boat, with which quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is the Theris itself, though now we find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears that they're rather preoccupied, honestly, and that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll have to just show ourselves around, or at least that's what we're planning to do until we've chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you can show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Do you actually want to give you a tour of the area? Am I gonna run around with Urianger and a bunch of rabbits? That's gonna be quite amazing. Sounds like a possibility. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Labyrinths acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. I may Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? Ah yes, the what's it. I shall leave its explanation to you, Ago. Thanks. Alright. We're going that way. What's it over yonder? Like, what kind of a name is that? Alright. Cool. Well, I am good now. Sorry for the minor distraction. I am now able to give my full undivided attention to this game. Singing way, actually? No. Okay, let's say. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. What? Let's see, new terminal. Search the upper points of potential interest. Okay. Understood. Well, we got the tanks. They defend and protect all the things. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? Oh, and I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, purifying the water drawn up from below. Good observation. What of course do. 100%. Well done. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because those cogs have that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside the tube. Bro, they're smart for thinking that. Ah, that looks like the trees in the Greaves Innsville. Hold on. That's a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big at the round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Big brains out here, you know? Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A brilliant design in its simplicity. I dare say it would only take a moment to install in even the harshest of environments, for us Lopperites, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Atheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Places where there is Sessiion also exist. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may be worth also learning more about how exactly they obtained their water in the first place. Master Alphano spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Ligistan Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Lopperites will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean you'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We cannot help but notice the many dangerous looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Lopperites may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. They look cute and delicious. Is that the idea? Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logistica Alpha? For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Alright, what? We're splitting up. That's good. A more valiant protector than they could not wish for. God's speed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come on, Growing Way, to the water extraction Watson. They are so precious. Sorry, I know I'm still doing things, but we are not too distracted at this point. Gotta keep pressing a few more buttons. Wow, nothing else. Oh no, it's about the attack. Ah, and a fellow Dragoon at that. Alright. Oh, I was fighting his thing. That's actually fair. Ah, there's a warrior over here too. Okay, let's give her help. Let's give this man a helping hand. Pretty close. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp. It's all the same to you. Well, I mean, I would partially be opposed since it's cold outside, but in this case scenario, let's not and say we did. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logistica Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. You will need to use this lift if you wish to go to the media circuit. Let me know when you're headed that way. Well, if I am, but I am. So let's go. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge you will gain here will be essential to when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. Well, that'd be a pain. You're all very lucky that Aetherius also happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way, the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder. Either way, it's something sort of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Meryl Ergonomics. As I imagine, Sinking Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orianji was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if not too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention that theorists will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Germs! That's what I got the impression of, at least. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I've read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples. Alright, let's go find out. Cooking is so teeny tiny. Precious. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum Detective will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. Alright. What's the verdict? So sweet, so sour, they taste as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot. And yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar. Though far from unpleasant, yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly giving me food for thought, though in a less far visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I would literally jump in a volcano full of them. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next street. Orange by the name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Orianji about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you've all turned up your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are still in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. Oh, look, a giant pumpkin. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the tastes. Blech, it's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. These are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself, and what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious, how about that yellow fruit over yonder? Yellow fruit, or like a banana? What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. I have no idea how to eat, and I'll just bite into it. Ew, my tongue. Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How could something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh, it may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. That's actually hilarious. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'd rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way. They're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I feel so violated. Haha, first time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spur this opportunity to... Oof, bit of sickum up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the name is true. And the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I never want people to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will, now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Labyrinthos, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all that there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fate of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet, civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. To be content with that we have and make the most of it. That's the most FF14 YOLO I've ever heard. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Urzian, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Oriange and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Power the cooking way for eating a lemon straight up. That was actually the best. Honestly, I almost wish it was a banana, but lemon makes it so much more fruitful. Okay. Stay in your lane, straight garlic. Well done. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Has oodles of noodles? Great. Wish that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If there was some other way... Adele, I trust thine time morale, arrow, ergonomics did bear fruit. Okay. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. Oh my god. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith, and I shall gladly attend to each and every labyrinth there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Oh. I'm gonna quickly use the restroom while we teleport and head over there. Which it shouldn't be... Cool. Alright, I'll be right back. let's continue. Sorry, I had to also like change over. What is wrong with me? Yes, Adele, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetherius at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. Okay. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed. Gasp I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes at no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous must we seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little? Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here. Despite news of the coming end, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. That's fair. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly going way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Tis as good a place as any. Come. Alright. I'm pretty surprised that nobody's really chatting like in the chat boxes and whatnot for this game, because I feel like people would really be excited about it all, but I guess it's good because they're keeping it all secret as well. I like that. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's a sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus thou shalt hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well... Maybe you could tell me if there was any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatiotemporal spell, to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there, it's not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places... There's no way that you're telling me that the moon's no gravity, right? Of course it does. What? No way. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale be true, still, others would benefit from the insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Labyrinthos to attend them? An excellent idea if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Adele, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here that I might introduce each to a suitable operate. Okay. Understood. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Lopper, and every Lopper in their place. Let's go do some hunting. Well, for lack of a better concept. Ah. Concerns? Nay. There's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. Okay. Seek out 8 troubled Charlie people? Okay. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Kyurgans, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects of living out there indefinitely might have on the body? Yeah. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. The gloomer seems fine if it needs a break. Oh, okay. My face? What's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna and only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Lockports in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps our biology itself might offer some clue as well. I like how this man also ran with me. I wonder if he'll make it before I will. No. You idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the outcome I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Bro, relax. Also, you got no hair. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be of more help to you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. Okay, let's not have this man deal with cute bunnies. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna actually fight him, so... yeah. Real talk. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that Aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine, you should probably talk to the Lockports. The Lockports are going to help, but didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they trekked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. That's actually fair. Where else could we find people? Nope, that goes to open. That's fair. Gotta check the outside, you know, just in case somebody might be out here. And there's nobody out here. Okay. Ah, perhaps I spoke too soon. Worries. No, but I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. I can't recommend it enough. Sweet. Have you heard of anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of that plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they can only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars of gods know what made by gods know who. We got cool rabbits. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. Bro, we only found 4 out of 8? Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? We got rabbits. You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Progress, boys and girls. Progress. However, though, we've only found 5 of 8. Didn't I talk to you? Okay. How might I help you? Have any worries? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and tangent fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. She's doing better than I am. I beg to differ. But I'm glad she is doing well. There's no stress that comes with fighting monsters. Yeah. Okay, we haven't gotten this way yet. Well, maybe we have. Cool. Okay, I can. I just couldn't figure out why. Apology, but I'm already waiting the delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Okay, you're too busy to deal with whatever it is for my own benefit, so we're just gonna have to hold that. Whatever this is, that thing is cool. I would prefer also if you don't look at me. Smart thing, very smart. I appreciate that. This is kind of unexpectedly a part that I was not ready for. Okay, I see 1 and 2. Okay, cool. "56 bunches of weed in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of weed in the... What the fuck is wrong with you? Alright. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Calm down. Pleasant conversation with partners and oh so fuzzy? goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Yeah, instead of counting weeds. Anyways. He's hyperventilating? Okay. About the cause, my chest is light. Or tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? That's not how he would sound like if he was hyperventilating, but... Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly... Yeah. Our visitors can help triple check our structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Me too, man. Me too. Great, now there's one more. And we found her. Well, if they're capricious. Yeah. Haha, the end of the world is nigh and work goes no faster. Schedules are such supplemental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. Bruh, only that girl is actually... Yo, she did the dance. Okay. I'm gonna need to, like... pray to goodness I can find the last one without necessarily running around in circles like I already have. I've been here before. That's always the conundrum, is that there's always one that we gotta try and find, and this is the one that's gonna take hopefully not that long to find. I was gonna say ages, but I'm more optimistic that we'll actually find them in like the next 15 seconds. But that being said though, I would not have a clue as to where to look. Considering I looked everywhere already. Yeah. Oh. How in the world? How? 15 seconds though, like I said. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that'll be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purpose. Thank you for letting me know. How in the world did I not see that first person? I literally was here and came from that side, and I didn't see it. You know what? No questions. We did it. That's what matters most. Behold, through thine efforts, worth has spread through our Labyrinthos. Verily, too far a greater number than we anticipated. Living way doth gather more Labyrinth as we speak. I shall assign each in coordinates with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attention, to watch over them, I prithee.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Etheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Okay. Wow. The concept of broken language isn't something from my yours. You ever wonder why we named your daughter Moon's Bride? When I first heard her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, but she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my moon breeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Ah, you must be one of the Scions, correct? I am the warrior of light. Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? Oh, but be assured that I am far and I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Labyrinthos. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check out Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes up the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Okay. Whew. Okay. When Britta's parents hit. Okay. It was very... I mean, I knew that we were going to eventually see them, but I didn't think it was going to be... You know... in that kind of manner. I don't know. I didn't really have any kind of understanding as to what was going to happen, just that it was going to happen. Okay. Yeah, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with these boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get those to Euphoria. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. I'll race you, son. Imagine. Haha, you miss. Ow. You have to hit me with an AoE? What's wrong with you? Don't you dare. As if. Photo finish at the end? Oh, you help in with the crates. Wonderful. You can put them there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh, then I suppose we have Thanker to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Euphoria to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. With those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopaldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunat's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since their days at the Sessiion. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's newless, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you, alas I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help you with that. In exchange for sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Well, very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. You will find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. Never mind, Alphino and Alize. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Well, we have signed documentation instead, and I think this is for you. Via Paulton's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeking these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sessiion has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the one to stymie your pursuit of the truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents we asked for to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of what delivered your name garnering such respect in Sessiion is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Uncraft's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I'd never thought of much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded the nation, there was something there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Uncraft's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to Uncraft's words but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to co-sign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Sessiion or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet, Fortunato could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. Gods, father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunato's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was with a kind of dumbfounded grin I had not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly simple-minded. Single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the form on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. I mean, it's alright. Hail, you three! Oh. Graha, surely Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than a single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Adele? Can you spare the time? Got you, mans. Perfect. It shouldn't take long. Once forged, an unspecified task awaits. In the event of our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Okay, so we put some boxes up, found about Fortuna's love for his kids and his family, which we kind of had already predetermined because of how everything's kind of going down, but nonetheless though, precious man. And now we gotta go figure out how to make a forge burn hotter to melt this adamantite. I love it. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose little trouble, I'm sure. Or here if you would. before. Nicholas Bailey, how's it going? Welcome in. Good to see you. How are things? We are currently progressing through the story. Alas, as always. Hope you're doing well today. Happy Wednesday. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. Ooh, and the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flame by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I want to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Oh, no worries. Honestly, I think I rather prefer that you missed it, even though you're gonna forget it. But like, I'd rather you miss it so you can actually see it firsthand, and then bear witness to it when it happens. Because it was so mind blowing, I had to cut off my stream entirely, with like the most like face ever. But alas, we're here, and we will continue the story. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alleg, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegans' efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who wish to push further, expand Alleg's empire to encompass the heavens and stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. True. Amon wanted to travel the Sea of Stars? He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Sessiions once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alleg that moved them on to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those that seemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zandi's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, if had not Zandi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning, and both of them sought meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory anyway. And ultimately, it is the consequence of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough music for now. Why don't we go see how Coco is getting on? I kind of read that without understanding a single thing that was said. Which is like a little bit like my brain is mushing. Hold on. Right. I know that Amon became an Sessiion, or yeah, Amon Fandaniel, same person became Sessiion, that whole spiel. Yep, I get that. Asking if souls like minds have personality, so to speak. Okay. The Empire spoke of death lightly and destruction, experimenting on this beneath, so the mind of the own sense of Buddha had never condensed that death was meaningless. Oh, I guess he was asking the question of like, what, you know, I see that that people from yeah, I guess the reason that question is a good idea though, like what drove him to want to become like a madman? I mean, I'm more so just reflecting that based off of what he was saying. Yeah, because you know, adamantite being elegant technology makes sense. So yeah, Amon wanted to navigate beyond. Okay. Is that a relic weapon? This one? Yes, this is the Dragoon relic weapon. Well, this is the second to last version. I prefer this one just because it's orangey. The other one is blue. But yeah, this is the Dragoon animal weapon, the final version. Yeah. I did thoroughly brief Pokemon and find Adamantide's history. I only volunteered to go directly because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions I was looking for Prado or not. Honestly, I've been filling up on poetics like crazy since I've been playing, and it's actually really nice because I'm slowly cracking at everything I need to, and I have like a little chart spreadsheet of what I need remaining to complete every single animal weapon that remains. So I'm actually progressing pretty quickly, and to think that like I have, you know, all these jobs to level up, like I'll be able to get it easily by the even before the thing's over. I'm gonna actually run out of material. I'll have poetics to spare by the time I'm done maxing my jobs to get all the anima stuff. So I got to figure out how else I can use that stuff. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm actually progressing really quickly. And it's especially because like I can work on jobs. Yeah. Phew, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graham, but there's not much left for you guys to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamant any faster. Sorry, I was kind of reading this, just kind of looking at what they were saying. Human Sessiions once the Empire was all but dust. Right. Oh, right, because the technology was fleeting. That's why he needed to revive the Emperor. I remember that. In making Zanny's part of these language souls, it's a cruel such a reminder of whatever his neck and consistent death. Oh, right, because, that's right. Amon resurrected Zandy, but Zandy realized that life was pointless, despite because he got killed and resurrected. Right. Yeah. So, life wasn't. There's no purpose in life if like a purpose wasn't fulfilled, and the only purpose they had was to travel to the distant stars beyond. That way they can at least figure out what lies beyond there. But it's pointless because there's no amount of time that can be spent, even if you spend your entire life's time reaching something that you won't even be able to reach because you don't have enough time to do it. That's what they're saying. Hinted to do Dark Knight Relic, but still need a lot of poetics. I used to spam from the Dark Knight, but now only do you because it's not. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the problem. You can't really do dungeons because to spam dungeons is going to be very tiresome, especially because they also reduce the amount of poetics you can get for dungeons that are older, because the dungeons that are in Shadowbringers are now like at least the ideal dungeons you can do until you get to 90. So you're probably just going to want to progress in the story. And I'm telling you this now because there is a section that everyone currently is grinding, and it's extremely easy to level up, and it's extremely easy to get poetics because you're basically fate farming in the Shadowbringers like deep dungeon area, and it gives you a ton of XP. And for each like fate you do, you get like 30. Yeah. Voja allows you to get 30 poetics per fate, and there's literally a train that just goes back and forth in circles, and you kill fates within not even a minute. Some of them are even killed in like 5 seconds, which is bad, but like you still get poetics for it. So I literally will spend an hour doing that, and I'll cap out. Easy. And it's effortless. I don't do anything. So. Good question. I think you actually can. However, the requirement for being able to unlock Boja, you have to complete the Stormblood alliances. So the ones that are tied to Rabanastre, you have to complete those. And then there's a quest in Kugane that you can talk to somebody for, and it's called Delirium Personae, I think it is, and then that allows you to unlock Boja. I don't think you need to necessarily like get far in Shadowbringers. You just have to at least, you are required to complete the Stormblood alliances though. Yeah. So once you at least do that, then you'll be able to unlock Boja. And then even when you do like just leveling up progressively through Boja, you'll get Poetics doing that. So because like what you can do is you can level up in Boja, and you can do the quests in Boja too, and even just doing all of that, you get the materials for the level up for that area, and you level up, and you get Poetics. So like it's literally a win-win-win if you unlock Boja right now. Especially considering that we just had a new expansion come out. Yeah, 110%. You're never gonna dungeon farm again if you do Boja. Promise you. So hop to it. Back to story. I do trust you to deliver you on your promise. I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want the adamantite. I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone. Mistakes are made. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. Right, you can only do Boja 71 and beyond, but what you should do is spend your time just going through Boja with your job, at least until you get to like 81. Like I would say 81 is like the max where you should cap it out at, and then spend your, like put your daily time, like do your daily roulettes on other jobs to get those jobs to 71, because I'll tell you now, you're gonna personally feel like, ugh, I'm wasting resources and time and effort if you use a max level job in Boja. Like, I will never go into Bojan with a level 90 job. Never. And I think once I max out every single job as well, I'm not gonna go back into Boja until the next expansion. And even, I mean, it won't be efficient, but still. That's at least my mentality. So my recommendation is take your main job that's level 71 at least, go into Bojan, complete, because like you have a lot of work to do before you can even get the job to 80. So you really got nothing to worry about. And then in your spare time, you just do your roulettes. Every single roulette, even PvP, because PvP is a game changer on XP. Win or lose, you basically level up guaranteed. Just get to 71, and then you can literally use that job once you get up to 80, and you just rinse and repeat. So off stream, I literally go into Boja and get every job to 81. That's my goal. Like I'll show you in a minute, but yeah. Yeah. Cool. Where are we going? Oh, okay. Yeah. See, like right now, like I don't have every single job at 81, but I've taken like Reaper, Scholar, Sage, and Astro. I've just sat in Bojan and just worked on it. And I've capped out my Poetics, I think, like 4 times, and that wasn't even like getting each job to 81. So you did my Gunbreaker, Red Mage, and White Mage for level 80, and my Sage is 83. If I can unlock those really quick, I am going to Reapers level that up. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to get it to 71, but like if you haven't done your dailies yet, like for main scenario, alliance, and PvP, though, like even if you do like main scenario and alliance, like I guarantee you'll be like an inch away from 71, because that's the quickest thing you got to do. Priority speaking, you should just oh, then you're fine. You don't even got to worry like using Reaper. All you got to do is just unlock Bojan and just go in with Reaper, because you're gonna literally see every single person in Bojan right now leveling up Reaper and Sage. So you're gonna just be part of that whole entire universe of people who are doing it. So, like my personal goal right now is I just want to, because for farming, like Bojan is gonna eventually fade as you get towards the mid 80s. So objectively, all you got to do is get each job to 81, and then you just farm the dungeons. Simple, and that's what we're getting. because one, it's gear. Two, it's practice. Three, you get material and also leveling experiences, and then that way you can just do that. Because when I got to Shadowbringers, like I sped run every single job to 80, and like it seemed like a nightmare, but like it really wasn't all that bad. But also it let me practice playing Dancer and Gunbreaker, and then now I'm, you know, I'm capable at least of using the job. So now I heard that the Bojin relics are easy, but I thought that they were that easy. Well, the Bojin, here's the thing, getting the relics in any capacity of any game is not hard. It just takes a while. Bojin relics are not that bad, honestly. They also nerf it. They nerf the way you can get the relics, because to showcase it too. These materials that I have, these 6 materials here that I'm highlighting, you need to get 30 of each of these to get 1 relic. And just doing fate farms in the second Bojin area, I have 104 of these just by doing fates. That's already 3 characters worth. So like, just by sitting in Bojin, you literally just work on all of this in the background, because you need to get 6 or 30 of each of these 6 materials to get the final relic version. And I put in 0 effort and I've gotten this far. It's a little random, but like you can easily go do it. It's really easy. Plus, if you do your roulettes, you can get those materials as well. So honestly, you don't really spend as much time as you think that you do sitting there grinding and thinking like, oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. It's actually pretty substantial in terms of how much time you'll be taking. And then if you really wanted to grind it out, like that's not that bad. So 30 total from the start. No. So this is the final section. So like this is 30 for the final step. So I have most of them all here. Let me see. So these three the yellow, blue, and red memories, you need 20 of each to get the second step of the weapon. You need 6 of these to get the 3rd step. You need 15 of these to get the 4th step, and then you need 18 of these one time only to get to progress to the 5th step, and then you need 30 of each of these. But the thing is, like, as long as you keep all the quests open, similar to like the like animal quests, if you literally just play the game naturally and do your roulettes and go into Bojin just kind of casually, just leveling up, you will just get all this stuff naturally. So like, it's really not that bad. Like I'm getting bitter memory just by doing dungeons, and I don't even realize it. I got 4 of them today, and I had no idea. So you really don't have to spend, you don't gotta really sit there and spend a bunch of time working on it. You literally just gotta play the game. If you play the game and just level up your characters, you'll get everything in no time. That's why I'm not worried about it. Do you think get poetic for the Bojin relics? Only for the skill powder. Like, you just gotta get the skill powder, which is, that's the very, that's the first step just to get the weapon. But it's only 1,000 poetics to get the skill powder for 1 weapon. So like, again, you're not gonna spend that much time and effort getting the relics via poetics. But you don't use any poetics to get anything, I think except for like 1 thing. So yeah, just, I think it's like 1 thing and then that's it.
All set, I take it?
Everything else is inside of Bojin.
We finished what we could, delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be...
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry region of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass. Take that back. Make me.
I love them.
To your level.
My, what a grand welcome party. Hancock and Soroban. We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onakol, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours. We funded the venture. When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Let's go.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Emelina!
Millions.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
Bro, she spent the money.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Right?
Waste not.
Right? Dad is pissed.
However did you manage so much in so short a time? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Hey, let's go, Erenvel.
You were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
We in there.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only pointers towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlwind before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. There's a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kral's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now, far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
We need to get the kobolds?
The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razathan not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavne, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Oh, he's gonna finally do it. He's gonna do it.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great Exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing. When he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Millions. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
You just got into the game? What was the queue number? Because they did a hotfix to like reduce the amount of like waiting time basically. But I was told that it's under like 1,000. But if you just got in, I'm curious what the number was for you this whole entire time. Because I feel like it... I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be high. Really? Okay. Damn. That's not the number I would have ever expected. I would have thought it was like under 1,000 type of ordeal. But I mean, I feel that. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Euphoria when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risk. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrive with the Adamantine have offered to stay and see to any reading task that they do. The Forum has already tasked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Cool. Thank you, Tasara. We're off to Euphoria now. So, what is the mission in Kugani for the residential duties? It's in the Koguri markets. I don't know the exact name of it, but yeah, it's in the markets. But you're gonna see a woman. The quest picture is a picture of a girl with like orangish hair and like a aqua greenish colored dress. That's the quest. I forget the exact name of it though, but it'll look it'll make sense, yeah. But it should be in the market. Adios. I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clariane. Clariane? She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Okay. Yeah, so... I mean, and in truth and hindsight, it's not just like a simple like skip whatever just to unlock it. You got to do like a couple of things in between each mission as well. But again, it's not without merit, and also it kind of adds. Damn, I didn't mean to complete the shadow. Oh, okay. Then, if anything, it's the first. It's just the first section, because you don't got to go that far. But like, you do need to at least. You know, you can obviously do the alliances now if you haven't done them already. But yeah, but I would say just get how far, just like go as far as you need to just to see, and then like just check in every once in a while, because I don't. It's always after either a certain dungeon or a certain like achievement you get, so that way you'll at least be able to unlock it. So yeah, just keep on going. Story time. You're with Mr. Fossil. Yes, you step inside the lift here. Okay. Going down, down. We have not been here before. Okay. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret, Talmazin. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts, once we delve to seek an audience with the star, and once we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. The center of Labyrinthos' secret? Okay. So this is the way that we embark on our journey to the heavens and also talk to Hydaelyn. We go down here. This place is freaking huge. Okay. What? I bid you welcome to Talmazin. Direct your attention toward the center to the arc over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed of a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce the fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratios does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. We have received word from Kokol that and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. But let's move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, the treat with her is not a simple feat. What the? First off, this is the coolest looking ship I've ever seen in the history of sci-fi. Second off, Vix, where the F do you see this ship at? There's, like, what? I don't know where you see this ship. Okay, whatever. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Abso-freaking-lutely. Her children, one and all. Okay. Fortune on grace lead you to Hydaelyn at last. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Oh. Oh. I recall not this ship at all. Look at this thing! Vix, I know you're in the chat. Where the F did this ship come from? Like, what? I have no idea. You couldn't even give me a hint. I would have never known that this is what it was. Obviously, it looks different than probably what it looked like, but I don't even remember. I have not the faintest clue. This is the most amazing looking ship ever. That kind of looks like something, though. It kind of bears some kind of resemblance, but like I have no idea. I really have no idea. Okay. The ether here is more brilliant than ever I have seen. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. As a means of communicating with the heart of the star, to disappoint something mechanical in design. I doubt there's any reason, anything worth hurrying over. Not for Highland's champion at any rate. They must employ a full core heart of engineers to maintain its lifts. Okay. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous unless one's afraid of lifts. I sure hope that Master Fortuno has more to share ere sending anyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we would refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and the ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Tamazin. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began to work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Atiascope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Atiascope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Atiascope's ocular lens by which you may peer into the ethereal sea without placing yourselves at hazard lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist with the said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Is this a dungeon? Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner the Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of some use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. Even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past refer to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet, what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember, those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Okay. This is the dungeon? The Isoscope. It's the dungeon! So we're going to be fighting potentially memories of hatred and love for the sake of this entire situation? Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Yeah. Oh, hit me with the heavy. Okay. Thank you, thank you. This is still not the... It's Ilburn. Vivia. What? Oh my goodness. Okay.
You cannot stop us!
Oh my gosh, Jose. Okay. Can't reach her. I tried. Okay. Let's go.
Ether. It will guide you.
Whoa.
The ether is too dense. I'm losing you.
Oh boy. Thank you. Green, yeah. Ooh. Oh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was crazy. Okay. Oh, again? Oh, boy. Okay. Go for it. Let's go. If they've been shades of the people that have been meeting these guys, those are the only two, no? I mean, they might be regular, but oh. Holy. Oh, if I am, then I'll have to get tissue ready. The answer to that question honestly is no. I'm not. I'm also a little bit sad that they just confirmed that like Minfilia is like long gone. And here's the thing, I've known it for the longest time. I've just refused to accept it and Liu that they could potentially find a way to make my favorite character become a thing. And then now we understand that it's never gonna be a thing. It's okay though. I mean, I'm mostly being dramatic, but yeah, like I said, Minfilia was like the first character I gravitated towards, where I was like, wow. And yeah, honestly, that's pretty much it. So, but no, whatever's gonna come after this fact, I'm not ready. Also, I feel a little bit proud of myself that, like, this is like what I knew. Like, I knew that this was I mean, at least so far what I think it is. I didn't expect it to come down to fruition in this exact format, but I was like, because of the trailer. The trailer was pretty willingly showing us this part of the thing. I'm very surprised though that they showed this to us though, for dramatic effect, because this is late, you know. So. But we're already getting closer and closer to the final boss of this, and after this, I have zero clue. So, I'm honestly a little nervous. And I love that they're giving us materia. But, like, who is here? If it's been Rivington and, Is that Amon? It's Amon. Okay. Holy what? There's no rocks to hide behind. Okay. Is that Shiva? Oh. Oops. Okay. Wow, that was a very series of fights that we've had this dungeon.
Lies! All lies!
Huh.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
It just left? Uh-oh. Okay. I know not what that means. Okay. Oh.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. But them it sucked. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amaron in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years. Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandaniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to metal, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, danced to another's tune.
Is that Arcee?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall,
and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you. I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteion, far beyond the stars, where Why she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said, once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Aetheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe? Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you does crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return.
Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
It's time. It is time.
The last of my kind shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Okay. This is not at all what I was prepared for. But we do this. Let's go.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
green is in red. Oh my gosh. I think I died touching the wall. Okay. This fight's crazy. This fight's very crazy. Shame we died. Alright. It's crazy. It's like they're pulling no punches with this fight and I love it. Oh yeah. No. I haven't gotten anything. Because, like, level 89 if I have 60 gear? No, I'm very under geared by comparison. The thing is, like, I haven't really been trying to, like, get anything outside of what I have been just acquiring via dungeons, so, like, that's probably warranting a bad idea, but the relic gear is, like, level 89 gear? Wouldn't it be... Oh, the weapon that is in... Oh, okay. Because they definitely gave me the weapon, like, beforehand. We did not equip it for the sake of just, like, whatever. But, I unequipped it to equip my glammed weapon. Which probably warrants something by comparison. But, here we are. Okay. Yeah, I've not really been bothering with gear, honestly. I should, but like, I don't care. Because like, for me, I think personally, it'll matter once I actually get the gear. How in the world? Alright. Gotta stop being greedy over here. Okay. But, yeah, I haven't really been trying to go for gear, honestly. But I should. Also, I like... There's the calipers and the chests and all that stuff too. Haven't been even... I'm sure that they do, but as far as I'm concerned, I've done nothing to even bother to go get it. I've only been just working on... No. Like I said, if there is, I unequipped it. I don't have it on me right now. I have not been equipping anything that I've gotten throughout the thing. Like, you're gonna see that I have still like 530 gear from like even beforehand. Okay.
Crystals of light to me.
Okay. Let's try this again. Y'all went all the way over there. Okay. Godlike.
You underestimate.
Reserved. I deserve that. I deserve that. Yep. Okay. Oh, gosh. I thought it was green for some strange reason. Okay. God damn it. Oh, thank you. I'm failing right now. Okay. This time I'm ready for it.
At last, man has the strength to...
Okay. That fight's kind of crazy. I unfortunately, not gonna lie, I got killed because I backflipped, I think, into the thing, into the unknowing death of what was the wall. But yeah. Aside from that, though, you know, that game, that fight was lit. Oh, I cannot wait. Yeah, no, like I said, something about not the right character. We don't talk. It's what kind of talk something. All in a day's work. I would have never thought that. Who would have thought the final trials were both Highland?
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it has become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire.
My brave little spark, how long you've
As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift.
Oh, I have
Thou dost possess the crystal of Azam, yes?
all this time, past every fate, now
As Heidelin,
with me
I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
From heavens above, and how must time float on those waters?
It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over. It is I who should thank thee for all thou hast done and may yet accomplish. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Okay. I am glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your soul as deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Thank you. Have a good night. You mean to say Highland is... There's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We will find Meteon if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory. Navigate. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through. we are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet, we only have two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and the Sharlayan's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, I suggest you rest a while. Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day. Gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? So this entire time, Hydaelyn has held the crystal to herself. Yeah. That's understood. She's had the crystal onto her person this entire time. The path which allows her to reach Meteion and actually be able to hold fast conviction the path to defeat the final evil of all evils. Yeah, that makes sense. Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our record. Thanks.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
I literally need to process that entire scenario and the entire situation. Oh my gosh, I think also I just broke my headphones. Okay. I have no words, honestly. That was just extraordinary. Yeah, no words. I'm ready to finish it all tomorrow. I truly am. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We will obviously finish this all on the morrow.